All right, we're just about start time here. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? I am so close to finishing all of Kanto, and not going to say I'm going to finish Kanto today, but I'm going to get pretty damn close. I at least hope to finish the last 3 egg RNGs that I need to do, all of which are Rhyhorn. 2 female, 1 male. Hello, Bigness. Good to see you. And so let's not waste any more time. I'm just going to jump right in because I have things set up for this one. Oh, also, why is that making a different noise when I turn that on? That's weird. But yeah, good morning, Caddy. Let's just jump right in and see where we land. Because I want to get 3 shiny eggs today, which means I have to move fast. I'm not going to get every Rhyhorn first try like I did the first one, that's for sure. We are so Rhyhorn. So much Rhyhorn energy right now. So let's see how this goes. My calibration should be a little bit more on point after the last attempt. So the only limiting factor is, am I hitting my seed when I go into this? And of course I could be off by a few frames here and there when I'm stepping. Something I realized about the Mewtwo spread that I picked out is that the wait for it is actually really short in-game. So I'll have to, like, really rush through. The seed's a little bit longer, but the... Yeah, why is that making a different noise? I didn't change anything. That's weird. Yeah, so, I had the counter for Kanto and Hoenn combined for all of Generation 3 so far, and I'm just now realizing that doesn't make a lot of sense to kind of combine them that way, especially if in the breakdown I'm going to be going region by region. So I decided to change it at the last minute, and it lets people know too, if you're tuning in, that yeah, this is how close we are. Is it my birthday? It is my birthday, actually, Bigness. The noise changes on your birthday. Oh, okay. So I was found out by the DS notification. I see. Well, there you go. Now you all know it's my birthday. That's funny. I had no idea. Thank you. I wonder if the change has anything to do with the seeding. Probably not. Probably is not going to affect the RNG at all. Thank you, thank you. Damn, I was trying to be low-key about it. Got outed by my DS, of all things. But yeah, it's actually my 30th, so my 20s are goodbye. I'm officially old. And we're going to be doing this dance for a while. That would be the best gift, yeah. It's going to be this first step here is the most well, it's not the most frustrating, but when you don't have anything to check, it's tough. Oh, nice. You and me were pretty close. Good old 96ers, am I right? Enjoy your 20s while you have them. The moment you turn 30, everything just falls apart. Your life is over. No. Of course not. I don't feel any different at all. I will say, knee pain is something I've been dealing with for the last few years now, more so than ever. And I'm not really sure what that's about, especially my left knee. It's not both, it's just one of them. So hopefully that doesn't get worse here soon. Okay. This is where we are. Not really sure how on point I am with my seeds today. I'd say I'm probably on the later side. Okay. We have an egg. It would be huge if I was on seed right now, because that basically means this is my egg that I need. That would be huge, please. Oh yeah, elbow pain. That'll get you too. If you're moving things around a lot, I'm sure that puts some strain on them. All right, come on. Let's get a first try seed, please. First try egg. So we can plow through all this. Yeah. No, this... Wow. Lucky me. This is, 14. Yeah. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So that's part 1 of egg 1 done. Part 2, I need to... Let's look at my Poke Finder here. So this is the held frame that I hit. I know I hit it because I was on seed, and this thing is all by itself in a sea of no results. So I definitely hit this. I'm almost 100% sure. And my target for the pickup is going to be this, which I'm going to copy into Eon timer, and then the calibration is probably going to be a little bit different than what I have here. It depends on the length of the target usually. So I'm going to put a calibration in here for now. It's probably not going to be right. So all that to say is I'll probably have at least one test hatch before I actually get the shiny. That would be my prediction. I could get lucky, but yeah, all praise to the Aberrus. And a little bit of a wait, but that's fine. Let me check my other targets here. So this first one is the longest wait at 3,300 frames. The next one's only 1,300. I can probably use my base calibration for that. Might get that one first try if I'm lucky. And then the last one is 2,400, so about in the middle. So maybe I can do some... I can guess what that calibration should be and get that first try too, maybe. I don't know, maybe I'll get them all first try as a birthday gift. Naughty. I'm looking for a result 6,300. I was 1 seed early. So we'll try again. I'm usually not as early on my results, so that surprises me. That one felt early. That felt later. This was a minute ago, but I did mean to follow up on the counter situation. So I changed it to reflect just the total for Kanto. And moving forward, that's what the counter at the bottom is going to reflect, is the progress towards completing whatever region I'm currently working on. That just makes the most sense, since I'm not combining everything in Generation 3. So, only happened at the end, but now you'll know, with each additional capture, how close we are. We are indeed 4 away. 3 eggs in Mewtwo. I think I was on. There's actually a lot of results here that are similar. What's my range right now? 2,000 to 8,000? Yeah, I guess I'll keep that. Okay, let's think about this. If these were combined, it would be exactly 6,338. So 6,376 is possible. 6,385, which is 1 seed late, is also possible. That's nuts that I have 2 so close together, and they're both the same ability. So, I'm gonna dump a rare candy onto this one. I don't think I'll even need the rare candies as much anyway. They're not going to be as necessary moving forward. At least I don't think. So I'm just gonna level it up, and that should clear everything up here. And if this isn't shiny Rhyhorn, that doesn't matter. Okay, I was on seed. So if this ends up being a shiny, I will have used 1 of my rare candies, but that's okay. I think it's worth it. Even if this doesn't end up being shiny, I still think we're moving relatively quickly, which is really good. After this hatch, presumably, I will be able to adjust my calibration and then get the shiny. All in the span of maybe 20-ish minutes, hopefully. After this, of course. So it's, you know, about 9 minutes away. I'll get this hatch. Oh yeah, I definitely don't want to confuse people coming in fresh with all these numbers. And I mean, most people that have been watching along probably don't even know what that 600 number was, so best to keep things localized. I remember the start like it was yesterday. I mean, it was 7-ish months ago, but yeah, that's still not too long in the grand scheme of things. And I would guess that Kanto, not Kanto, I would guess that Hoenn is going to far outpace that. I'm probably going to be done with Hoenn much faster. If you know anything about those games, you'll know why. How the RNG works. On the other hand, though, I do have to play Emerald a lot. I have to do many playthroughs of Emerald. Mainly just for Deoxys, so that will probably take a decent amount of time, too. So I guess maybe it'll just even out. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's not going to be hard. It's just, you know, I'm not going to be speedrunner level, even at speedrunner pace. Yeah, I'll be an expert at that point. To make it as efficient as possible, I am going to try to get the shiny starters along the way with all my Emerald runs, just so I avoid having another shiny RNG egg that I have to do. And so that does mean that from run to run, things are going to be a little different depending on if I'm picking the shiny Swampert or one of the shiny Blaziken or Sceptile. I think I have it mapped out so that I have one playthrough of Ruby that I'm going to do, and then the rest of the playthroughs are going to be Emerald, and then I may use Sapphire the start of the game to RNG some starters if need be at the end. But I should have most of them through all the playthroughs of Emerald and the one playthrough of Ruby. But yeah, even if, like, I was on speedrunner level pace, it's... Is it 8 or is it... I think it's 10 full playthroughs of Emerald for 8 playthroughs for Deoxys for each form, and then 2 playthroughs of Japanese Emerald for the Mew and Shiny Mew. Unless, of course, Nintendo decides to release some kind of Emerald Virtual Console on the Switch, and that would give you Mew there in English. I would take that. I would definitely take that over doing it in the Japanese version, but unless that happens before all this, then that's the plan. Good morning, Awkward. It's good to see you. But yeah, thinking about 10 different playthroughs of Emerald, even if I'm speedrunner pace, what is it, like at least a couple hours? It's got to be maybe like 2 or 3 hours per playthrough of Emerald. So that's 30 hours of just playing through the game. So that's a lot. That's a good portion. Then you add in the variability that every playthrough is going to have a different starter, maybe. The one with Swampert's going to be blazing through the fastest, probably, but Blaziken, it'll be decent, but it won't be optimal. And then if I do one with Sceptile, then that's not going to be super great. Oh, that's true, Caddy. Yeah, it could be a Dex completion gift. And it would be from Kanto, too, which would be even better. So, yeah, I would probably count that. The thing is, though, like, do they want to take away from the exclusivity of the Shiny Mew Go event? Because I know for the longest time that's been one of the considerations. Oh, dude! What? I got it first try again. What? Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that. This is what we needed. This is 100% what we needed. Damn. First egg twice in a row. That is insane. Cool. I'm not going to complain about that. Maybe the, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this calibration here for the second half is tied to the number of egg cycles. Maybe that's why it was variable before, but anyway, that's wild. I'm surprised that, it translated both times. Well. Oh, wait, hold on. I need that second one, too. Yeah, that... that's obviously great. That's a good thing. Am I the best to ever do it? I mean, I may be the only person to ever do this many egg RNGs on Fire Red and Leaf Green console. Alright, we got the first two Shiny Rhyhorn right there in their box ready to go. I will adjust this because this is actually off by one, as Shargo pointed out last time. I need to shift everything just by one. So I'm going to do that real quick. Can I secure the triple? That would be truly exceptional if I could secure the triple. Maybe even more impressive than the triple shiny that I achieved earlier on. Why is there a gap with this Eevee? Alright, hold on. Male, female, and all three evolutions. Okay. Is there... Oh, the Ditto. That's right. Where does Ditto go? I don't want to... Don't want to get everything out of place again. Ditto goes after Lapras. Alright, so that makes sense then. Okay, there we go. And then shift these guys up. Okay, now everything is where it should be in the box. So these last two spots are going to be the last two Rhyhorns, and I'm going to put Ditto back, and the Mewtwo will sit right there. And it certainly feels amazing getting one of those eggs done in the first 30 minutes of stream. That is probably a personal best for me. Organizing box hype. Truly. Nothing more exciting than that. Also, Ditto's getting up there in levels. Really enjoying the time in the daycare. Just hope you're not enjoying it too much. Okay, we're going to set up The next egg here, if you're in the dark in terms of how all this works, I start the RNG process by putting my parents into the daycare and then taking 254 steps after doing so, because on the 255th step, that is when the game decides, is there going to be an egg or is there not going to be an egg? And so I save right before taking that step, and I use the max repel to keep track of my steps as well. I save right before doing so, I reset the game on the appropriate initial seed, and then take a step on exactly the right frame to generate the first half of the egg that I want. And then once that first half is generated, then I need to time the start of the game and the receiving of the egg on a frame perfect input as well. And if I do all of that correctly, then I will get a shiny egg, which I will not be able to confirm, of course, until I actually hatch the egg, which is one of the fun caveats of breeding RNG. But I have been very fortunate to get both of these Rhyhorn first try. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I get the second, or if I get this third one, and even the fourth one first try, I don't know what I'll do. I will implode. Because my mind and body cannot handle it. Okay, so let me double check what my next target is. So 1505 is my next held frame that I'm going for. And has a nice early receiving frame there. So I'm going to start by, let's turn off shiny only. Before 1505, the earliest frame is, if I go 1504, there's nothing. Excuse me. If I go 1503, nothing. 1502, nothing. 1501, nothing. Okay, so I have at least a 4-frame gap before 1505 where there will be no egg generated. So I'm not going to get a false positive there. And if I do 1506, what's the earliest one next to that? 1514. So 2 very big gaps before and after the frame, meaning I am, if I'm on seed and I get an egg, I will most certainly get the one that I'm actually trying to get, which is 1505. And that is going to be what I put in here for my target, 1505. Calibration for the egg generation has always been the same, or not always, but it's been fairly consistent, which is this right here. And we are now ready to give it a go. Better than organizing in home? Yeah, everything beats home. Very clunky. They've had so much time to spruce up everything in home. But they have not added some, in my opinion, very integral, necessary features for sorting and moving things around. Also, the variability between the Switch and the mobile version's annoying. What you can do in each. So once again, this step, the way that I've set it up, I'm probably going to get quite a few duds when I'm not on seed or I'm not on frame. But that's okay because it saves me the hassle of getting a false positive and having to redo the first step all over again. Right, yeah, mobile has most of the best features for sorting and searching and all of that. The fact that there's nothing comparable on the Switch version is kind of ridiculous. Oh, also, I never added to the counter, or the thing. Let me do this first, and then I'll do that. I can't be slacking on My checklist, this close to the finish line. Unacceptable. So counter is going up. And, oh, actually this is... Can I get to it fast enough? Oh no. There we go. I got it. The renders like the animated models. I think I know what you mean. They're certainly not the nicest compared to some in the games. You think it's the color saturation awkward? It may be. I have no idea why it's like that. Or I don't know how to describe that. That vibe. Lack of clear borders. Clear borders as in like outlines on the models, or... Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I have not looked into it enough to know what it is, why they're off. That's the thing, Caddy, though. Like, any day now, Nintendo, Game Freak, they could create a pixel art-based Pokemon game easy. And it wouldn't even have to be like a remake or anything. Like, they could just do it in that style. Because that's an established form. Like, Pokemon doesn't have to be the 3D models in the modern games. They can do a 2D version. It would be seamless, in my opinion. But they just haven't done it. And I think that just has so much potential. It's a shame they haven't. Aren't the home renders mostly Gen 7? Probably. I don't know. Have they even made new models for the Gen 7 and below Pokemon since the Switch? I know they made there are some noticeable model changes in Gen 9, because I know Charizard looks very different. Some other Pokemon look very different. Yeah, the 2.5 style, I think that would be easy to do. User 0208C, no, I'm not. Yeah, I figured. There's a lot of changes there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's plenty of examples of that. Especially even like fan-made games. There's quite a few that have made like that 2.5 style. Like a Johto remake, I saw one that looked like that. A proof of concept. It would be so easy. Well, thanks, I guess. Am I a rare variant? A 1 in 8,000 individual? All right, we're getting there. This Rhyhorn is holding out on me, but as soon as I get an egg and we're on seed, again, we're off to the races. We'll be great. We just need an egg. True. Utah is very familiar with everything Power World right now. Yeah, there's definitely still some room for improvement with the Pokemon models in modern games. If only Nintendo didn't sue competitors, they were inspired by them. Oh, this is fun, isn't it? Yeah, from what I've seen in ZA, things are looking pretty good. All right. Can we get an egg, please? An egg? Egg time? That one was too early on the step anyway, I know that. Use a color correction for the home, that's funny. Yeah, I guess it is a little washed out now that I think about it. There we go. All right, if I'm on seed, this is my guy. This is my egg. So fingers crossed that I am. Modest. We're looking at a powerful Abra here. Okay, again, I'm sitting at about 45.05. 45.30. Is this inner focus? It is. This one's also inner focus, though. But was I 2 seeds late, really? Probably not. So I'm going to say we are good, because that frame hit was also good, I think. I guess I can double check, but I don't really feel like it. I don't want to double check. I want to just move right along. And to do so, I just need to now take this, plug that into my target in Eon Timer, and once again, use the same calibration I used last time, which has worked so far to get me 2 first try eggs, shiny eggs. And so will that happen again here? Let's find out. Oh. Went a little too hard on that A press. They'll never do it, but my Pokemon Ranch style companion in home. Yeah, that would be kind of cool, like something that roams around in the background. Or like, you know how it has the favorite feature in your home screen on the mobile version? If that was like a ranch style sprite instead of the normal sprite, that'd be kind of fun. Good morning, CJ. All right. Impish. Do we have an egg right out of the gate? It's hard to say because I have all these results, but I'm looking at should be 4362 plus. So 43. I've got a 4405, which could be it, but there's plenty others that are closer. 4363, that's exactly what it is. I don't know. I think this might be it, actually, but because, like, I probably wasn't 3 seeds late. That doesn't sound like me. And I also probably wasn't right on frame at 2 seeds early. That's impossible. So I'm calling it. I think this is it. I think we have an egg, and very well could be a shiny. Yeah, I don't know why. I just, I would hate to put in all this time to hatch an egg that wasn't on seed, but I'm pretty sure I was on seed. I keep going back and forth, but I've never been 3 seeds late, I think ever, during this process, and 2 seeds early makes no sense with this either, so yeah. I'm confident. I'm not second-guessing anymore. This is a viable egg. Even if it's not shiny, this is still where we want to be. But I mean, how hype would it be to get 3 shiny eggs in a row first try? Hello, Gorgeous Tiger, and hello, Pretend Passing. How are y'all doing? Mewtwo tonight? Well, at the rate I'm getting these eggs done, we could do Mewtwo this morning. We could have everything wrapped up before lunch if I keep this up. So that's exciting. Yeah, so Pretend Passing, I am working on the second to last shiny egg, Rhyhorn egg. So far, I've gotten the shiny Rhyhorn hatch first try twice in a row. So the first 2 Rhyhorns, first egg that I hatched, it was a shiny, which is the only time that's happened. Every other hatch I've done has taken at least 1 calibration hatch. And so I'm wondering if I have everything dialed in, if I can get 3 in a row. 3 shiny eggs, first try in a row. It's a tall order, but I mean, who knows? I didn't know it was even possible to get the first 2 first try, so. But yeah, we are so close that I could finish this entire thing in the next few hours. Do I even know how many people avoid fire red leaf green eggs? Yeah, everyone. Everyone avoids fire red leaf green eggs, except those that feel they must do it. And I'm one of those individuals, unfortunately. But we have gone through most of it already. You hope they expand the home space? I think that's necessary at some point, yeah. I'm certainly not going to have enough room in my personal home account to fit everything for this challenge and all the mons I already have up there. So I'm probably going to have to do some shifting around anyway. Don't jinx it? Well, it's too late now, awkward. Also, don't use that word in my stream. That word is tainted after our experience with a certain egg. There will be some egg RNG in Hoenn, yes, but it'll be a breath of fresh air compared to this. Everything in Hoenn is really going to be a breath of fresh air. It's just going to be smooth sailing all the way. The only thing I can see that would be potentially difficult or snag me up is the Jirachi RNG. But even still, like compared to your average Fire Red Leaf Green Manip, that's not going to be terrible either. Marathon the rest of Gen 3 right now? Well, Gorgeous, the thing is, in order to finish Gen 3, I will have to play at minimum 1 playthrough of Ruby and 10 playthroughs of Emerald for the Deoxys and the Mew. So I don't know if that's possible to fit into a single day. I don't think that's possible. Oh, geez, you're still working on the Nidorino? Yeah, Safari Zone is rough. I feel you. But yes, Hallier, to address your question more specifically, there's a handful of Pokemon that I'll need to breed, but I don't think it's very many. I can do all the starters with new games, probably a lot faster and a lot easier. So that's how I'll do the starters, whichever ones I have left at the end. And let's see, I'll have the fossils covered through the multiple playthroughs. Is there actually anything I need to breed? Probably not. Except for the babies. The Wynot, the Azurill. Is there another baby Pokemon I need? Those are the only two I know for sure that I'll need to do the RNG for. And I can even do the... I wonder if I can make the gift Wynot egg shiny too. I could do that. So that would just leave one mandatory breeding moment. Anything is possible with willpower and coffee. Yes, I agree. Emphasis on the caffeine. Yeah, Mike, I know all too well some of those Manips are harder than others. And actually, I've tried Jirachi before. I never successfully did it, but all right, let's see. 3 in a row? 3-peat? Okay, yeah, that's fine. That was too much. Too much to ask for. 3 shiny eggs in a row. There ain't no way. There's no way. But let's just see. If I was off by 1 frame, I probably was. Not off by too much. I'll just plug in the stats here real quick. I don't need a full comprehensive IV situation. Just, let's see, 23, 13, 15... 9, 8, 7. And let's just see, like, right out of the gate, with those really broad ranges, what I probably hit. It's a rash nature. 1505 minimum. Not shiny. Ranges are 0 to 19. 09. 10 to 29, 20 to 31, 20 to 31, 0 to 9. And it is rash. It is also male, which is a good sign because my target is male. And what did I hit? That's strange. There's no result there for my target. Was I off-seed all along? Was my paranoia justified? What happens when I put, for example, 2 seeds early? If I put that in... No, that doesn't make sense either. 1362, that's my target. Alright, hold on. Maybe it's another IV situation that's messing me up. So I'll just, I'll broaden this thing here. Okay. Likely... What can I deduce here? Yeah, I'll just, I'll take the IV filters out. Just in case I've got that messed up. It seems like the parent IVs I've always been off base on. I'm maybe getting like method 4s with the RNG and not checking. But a rash male, let's just see what are the options there. 1362. What's around there? There's a 1364, 2 frames late. Did I hit that one? Perhaps. Yeah. I guess... no, that wouldn't make sense. I guess this is what I hit. But I'm honestly not really sure what's going on, so I'm just gonna try again. And if it carries on, it carries on. Maybe I'll be extra careful in sorting out my seeds this time. My target is 1505, isn't it? Yes, it is. So. All right. Oh, welcome, Utah. Yes. Okay. You got that catch cluster on lock for 10 passing. That's good. You've done the why not egg, Zach? Well, then I may go for it, if it's an option. I need to play Sapphire for Lunatone? Really? Huh. Maybe you're right. I was thinking that all the exclusives can be covered in Ruby and Emerald alone, but now that you say that, you could be right. Which is annoying, but I guess that's a quick thing I can do. Hallier, the shadow Pokemon will not count for anything. The Ore region isn't a part of this challenge, per se. Seven, 22, 8. Okay, I'm not on seed anyway. It looks like I was one late, so that's fine. Yes, thank you, Utah, for sharing your Pal World expertise. That's annoying that I have to play through Sapphire. Now, I'm just not realizing that. But, again, it's not going to be a super in-depth playthrough or anything. Getting to Lunatone. It's about the same amount of time I need to put in for Zangoose, actually. Oh, you did Ace for Lunatone? That's fair. I agree, Caddy. The Kahlo animations do add a certain amount of weight to the action. Some depth to what's going on. Oh yeah, I don't blame you for avoiding eggs for 10 passing at all. Eggs are annoying, in general. My hope, Utah, is that Nintendo lightly copies stuff like that. Make the world more immersive in the future Pokemon games. Maybe in Wind and Waves we'll get something more like that. Okay, naive. One seed late again. Tisk tisk. Snap does get close, but Snap is also a very static, curated situation on rails. So to do that in an open world game would be 10 times more effort, probably. You think Luna and Zang are annoying? Maybe so. I probably won't do painting RNG for them. I'll probably just make sure I have a wild spread close by that I can use. Oh, you're gonna go for the eggs after all? Well, give it a try. I hope I've inspired you. That it's not impossible. You can do it, even in this game. And we have an egg, and this is 100% definitely on seed. So if I have any issues with this one, I will take a closer look. But I can't imagine, other than the IVs being off, I can't imagine anything else would be afoot. Oh yeah, that's true. I wasn't even thinking about Mirage Island encounters. I can totally set that up easy. So I could catch a wild Wynot instead of breeding for one. So that, I guess that does only leave Azurill for the required egg RNG. It's kind of wild. Gorgeous, are you thinking about shiny hunting in Mystery Dungeon? Awkward, you don't think they're competitors, but Nintendo doesn't see it that way. This is the egg, by the way, parentheses delusion. That might be a delusional take. Given how the last hatch went, and I don't really know what was going on there, other than I might have been 2 frames late. So we will see in due time. As they should have, yeah. They should not have filed that to begin with. If anything, they occupy different niches because one has guns and one does not. So Palworld is technically a first-person shooter. Not actually, but for legal purposes, we could make that distinction. to get Nintendo off their backs. Yeah, I'm not the Mystery Dungeon games I've played bits and pieces of. I've never been full on into it. My brother has played a lot of it, and I do know that depending on the game, you can recruit shinies. I did watch one video on that. I think it was on like the Celebi hunt, like getting a shiny Celebi or something. But anyway, that does sound fun. Sounds like a fun game to hunt in. It's a little bit of a different method, different style. I mean, it's in black and white, Utah. The patent is clear. Any spherical devices that are thrown to catch creatures, no one else can do that. Ever. In the history of the world. Unless you pay Nintendo big money. Yes, correct. Third-person shooter. My bad, Utah. I will give you that, Gorgeous. The stories for Mystery Dungeon are usually a lot more interesting than the stories in mainline games. That is certainly true. Jiraiya's at the summit of a 99-floor dungeon. Damn. That's a lot. Oh, that's interesting, Utah. I wonder why they didn't do anything with that one. But Power World they came down hard on. Yeah, I've heard Red Rescue Team is pretty solid. I can't remember which one my brother played. It was either that one or it was the one after. I think it might have been Explorers of Time that my brother played. Explorers in Time and Sky, are those the companion games? Hey, I'm all for draining Nintendo's legal expenses when they're going to be throwing frivolous lawsuits out like that. That is a question worth asking. Awkward is with fan-made games. You know, what are they going to do with that? What's the legal recourse? And I don't know. I don't know what the scene is looking like now. Oh, okay. Sky was the third version. Time and Darkness were the companions. I see. Yeah, I don't know all the mystery dungeon tracks, but there is one that I think of every time. I don't know which one it is. I'll have to look into it. Grand Canyon music, okay. I'll check that one out. Runaway Fugitives, that's quite the name for a Pokemon track. That's fun. Alright, this egg should be hatching pretty soon, shouldn't it? Hello? Baby Rhyhorn? Okay. Don't know if this is going to be it. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I need to sort out what's going on here. If I am late on the receiving frame or if there's something else afoot. So let's go ahead and dump all the rare candies that I have into this guy. Really figure things out. It's relaxed. All right, let's see what's going on. I would be very, very surprised if my initial egg frame was not on point here, which is the only thing I can think of for why things are squirrely, or my parents' IVs are wrong, which I suppose could also be an issue, because that's been an issue many times already. Okay, that's all I have for rare candies. And this is, once again, a male, which is another piece of information that could confirm I have the right initial frame. And it is relaxed. Okay, and nothing. So there is an issue with something. But what that something is, I don't know. Let's bring this down a few frames. That's not changing anything. The only other thing I can do is I can deduce if IV's been passed from parent to offspring, and I'm assuming this 24 has passed. That's a pretty fair assumption, so I'll change that to that. Anything else? Ditto did not pass that. This could be 16 from the Rhyhorn. Let's say that's 16. And anything else? This could also be 20. No, that's 2. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to say... I'm going to widen all these ranges. And... yeah. Because I know for sure these IVs were passed, or I'm pretty sure these IVs were passed. Yeah, so just these 2 to filter things out. And with that, we're still not getting a result that makes any sense. If I were to take this one away... now we have still nothing that makes sense. So what's going on now? Who can tell me? What is the deal here? Is Rhyhorn's nature split not 50-50? No, it is 50-50. Okay, what else could I have messed up here? Are the IVs in Pokefinder? Wait, did I even... hold on. Did I even add these IVs in here? Did I do the same thing again? Am I an idiot? Okay, 16... I don't think I changed the IVs. My god, I've done it again. Oh, man. That's another blunder on my part. All right, 16, 8, 27. Wow, I am... the things that you miss here, 24, 22, 2. No wonder. No wonder. And with that, I can probably figure it out even with this. 1363, 1362. I was probably one late. I'm going to say I was one late. Yeah. And just leave it at that. That's the only one that makes sense anyway. All right. A little bit of unlucky, a little bit user error, but this next one, this is going to be the one. 100%. I've never played Cobblemon, but it does seem like a very natural pairing, Pokemon and Minecraft. Or the same vibes. Yeah, probably Gorgeous. In all of this, it's probably pretty likely that I'll find a full-odd shiny at some point. Or a non-hunted shiny. I guess that's technically already happened. When I was doing the fishing RNG, I encountered a shiny Horsey by accident. It was only like a few frames off my target. So it wasn't like completely out of the blue, but... because those shiny frames can cluster. But it was still, it was unintended. Oh, we have a female Abra. And as someone pointed out, I think it was Shargo last time, the gender ratio of Abra is 75-25. So that is a rare occurrence, or rarer. 1 seed late. Still leaning on the late side, unfortunately. Yeah, I am interested. I just don't think I have the time to pick up any additional games. Most of my game playing these days is actually for videos. I don't get a lot of, like, just game time to play games. Oh, that's really cool. Torterra has different forms depending on the saplings. That sounds awesome. One seed early now. All over the place. A Vivian Nether pattern. That is cool. Yeah, that does seem pretty inspired. Whoever's making that, they clearly have a lot of passion for it. Oh, they're adding Mega Starmie in it? That's hilarious. Yeah, Mega Starmie, that's a natural fit for a mob or a creature in Minecraft. Sheesh! Can I get on seed, please? Yeah, isn't Eternatus, like the actual size of Eternatus, isn't it like one of the biggest Pokemon? One seed early again. Holy moly. What is going on? All right, well, you all are really hyping up Cobblemon for me. Maybe I will have to check it out. I'll make time for it at some point. Bigness, I'm going to do separate videos on each region. So Kanto will be its own video, followed by Hoenn. My original vision was to do all of Gen 3 in one go, but then I thought, well, I could do that for Gen 3 and 4 in those 2 games, but then the rest of the generations are only going to have one, so... So I thought, well, you know, for the sake of having more material to make more videos on, and also to make things a little bit more evenly spread out, I was like, I'll just make one for Kanto, and I'll make one for Hoenn. And same for Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum as well. They're all going to have separate little vids tied to them. Oh yeah, and if you're eclipsing Whale Lord, you're a biggin. Good lord, I think this is an egg that we can hatch. Wait, hold on, just to double check. I'm pretty sure, but what's the ability? Yep, we're good. All right. Shiny egg? Question mark. Egg? I think with my A-press there on receiving it, I could have been early. I really could have. But it's really hard to say, so best to just go ahead and check. Oh, that's fun that in Cobblemon you have to craft your own Pokeballs. I guess that makes sense. You make everything in Minecraft. You are really selling it, Utah. Do you have a stake in Cobblemon? Any disclosures you'd like to share? I don't even know if you can have such a thing with a community-based project, but... Well, now that you mention it, here's where you can donate. Yeah, probably. As they should. They deserve some support. Woo. Excuse me. Put myself to sleep with all these regular Rhyhorn eggs. I need a shiny Rhyhorn egg to give me energy, to give me strength. Oh yeah. I have also not played Pixelmon. But it definitely looks interesting. What are the encounter rates in Cobblemon? Are they like crazy low encounters or spawn rates for some of them? Oh, okay. That might be part of it. Is some biomes are harder to find, therefore, some spawns are harder to find. Okay, we're almost at egg o'clock. Be real nice if this was a red Rhyhorn. Be very nice. If it isn't, I'm gonna guess that I was 1 frame early on receiving the egg. A little bit of an overcorrection. But if I wasn't 1 early, I doubt I was too early, but I'm just hoping that this is shiny. That is my hope. Well, yeah, I'm sure you can tweak the encounters with console commands and everything, but yeah. I wonder if anything is like below a 1%, you know? Because that's typically the rarest you can get with mainline encounters. There are exceptions to that, of course, but usually that's the lowest. Okay. Fingers crossed. Come on. Come on. Yeah! Yeah! There we go. I didn't overcorrect. Thank goodness. All right. That is very nice. Very nice. Which means we have 1 egg left. People. 1 egg. Can you believe it? We are almost done with eggs in Kanto. But also maybe for a while anyway. We are so damn close. And if I get this next Rhyhorn soon, we might be able to finish the entire thing today. The entire thing. I could get Mewtwo today. Abra, thank you for your service. This is for the Rhydon, Shiny Rhydon male and Shiny Rhydon female. Coming up real soon. Let me go ahead and save, actually. And while I'm doing that, adding to the counter and adding to the spreadsheet, 1 more, or 2 more in Kanto, but 1 more egg. God, the gauntlet is almost over. Yes, welcome to the family. Family, little guy. Little rhinoceros fella. Yeah, Caddy, as I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think the only egg exclusive is Azuril. Because why not? You can get with the gift egg and Mirage Island. And the starters, I'm probably just going to reset a bunch of files for the starters. That's probably going to be a little faster than doing egg RNG. Maybe it isn't actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it would be faster to do Ruby Sapphire egg RNG for the starters. I don't know, but regardless, I have some options. And so, yeah, I don't think there's going to be many eggs, but it will be much easier to breed in Hoenn than in Kanto, 100%. And let me just go ahead, pull up my last target here. 1514 is my next shiny target. Let's put that in here, 1514. Reset these. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Oh, I typed in the wrong thing. 1514. There we go. Okay. So this is my last shiny frame I'm aiming for here. It's the last female Rhyhorn that will be Rhydon. And if I look again, if I uncheck shiny only, let's go 1513. Is that an option? No. If I go 1512, is that an option? Nope. 1511. Nope. 1510. Nope. And so that's at least a 5-frame window of no eggs prior to my frame. What about if I do 1515? Is that an option? 1519 is the closest, so I have about a 4-frame window after my target. So all that to say, I'm not likely going to get a false positive with this one either, which again, I've intentionally set up to be that way, to be as efficient as possible. So without further ado, let's plug in my last target, along with the calibration that has worked so well so far. And let's do it. Let's get this last egg. Will he be using Sweet Scent? Sweet Scent for what? For which encounter? Right, yeah, so CJ, I'm gonna get excuse me. I'm gonna get a shiny starter with each playthrough. That won't cover all of them, but it will cover 10 of them, maybe 12 now that I have to play through Sapphire, apparently. So yeah, if I do have to play through Sapphire to get Lunatone, which I think I do, then I will get 12 starters covered in, well, no, only 10, because in the Japanese version, those aren't going to count, because that's in Japanese. So 10 starters. 10 starters through playthroughs alone, and then I think there's a total, with the male and female forms of Torchic, of that whole line, I think there's a total of, yeah, there's a total of 12 shiny starters that I need in all. And so that would cover 10 of them through the playthrough, so I just need 2 more after that. And then, of course, I would need a bunch of regular ones, which I would breed for. No need to RNG those, of course. So yeah, it's 10 playthroughs that I can use to get the starters. And then I'll just need 2 more shiny, and then I'll breed the rest. Or reset the game, because getting 3 female Torchics is going to be annoying through eggs. So I may just reset the game for that specifically. Yeah, I'll be using Sweet Scent for wild encounters. Awkward. Would there be a reason not to? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you need my wisdom to tell you that Sweet Scent is the way to go for wild encounters, but that is typically how you do it. In every generation, with the exception of 3DS games, I think you have to use like honey or something. I don't know. There's a little bit of a caveat there. And then, of course, the Switch games with overworld encounters, you don't use Sweet Scent, but that is the standard for most RNGs in most Pokemon games. Hi, gamer fan. How's it going? That's the way the egg goes. To be fair, I don't think I've been on seed for many of these attempts, so let me just go ahead and lock in real quick. Get on that. Are you going for execute right now? Are you taking a break from Nidorino? I think we might have it. I think we have our final egg, at least the first half. But it's looking pretty good, if I'm on seed anyway. If I'm not, then forget it, but... If this is in fact on seed, then we are 0.5 away from our final encounter. Because we've technically generated half the Pokemon, which is kind of interesting to think about. Alright. Show me plus and minus 0. Oh, snap. No, I was 2 seeds early. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's not get too hasty. It should be around 4,500. The range here, 3,500. Did I type that in right? 2 seeds early doesn't make any sense. This is quiet. 7, 21. 7, 7, 23, 14, 16. 2 seeds early. What the hell? How did I do that? Huh. Well, that's surprising. I just can't believe I hit that. I mean, it's matching up with my frames here, but really, that was 2 seeds early. Range is 3,500 to, yeah. Okay, well, never mind. We're not halfway there. We got some ground to make up. Oh, I see. You run into the eggs while you're looking for Nidorino. All right, well, no biggie. We'll just we'll set this thing up again here. I'm very surprised I was so early on the seed. But these the 10 lines doesn't lie, except when it does. Here we go again. Why we have to play Emerald 10 times? Because you can only receive one Deoxys one playthrough at a time. And there are 4 forms of Deoxys, and I have to get 4 normal and 4 shiny. So that's 8 playthroughs of Emerald. And then Mew is only available in Gen 3 via the Japanese Old Sea Map event in Emerald. So I have to play through Japanese Emerald twice for the regular and shiny as well. So that's 10 in all. So plus Ruby and Sapphire, which they don't have to be full playthroughs. They're only half playthroughs to get Zangoose and Lunatone. But in all, that is 12 different files, 12 different playthroughs of the game. The only caveat would be is if I get towards the end of Gen 3 and they release some kind of event, like they release the Virtual Console for Emerald, or they have some kind of home reward if you like complete Fire Red and Leaf Green, if you get like a Mew as a reward, shiny Mew or regular Mew or whatever. If that happens, if that is released before I finish Gen 3, then I will not need to play Japanese Emerald at all. So that kills 2 playthroughs right there. Or maybe just 1, depending on if the reward is a shiny Mew. If it is, then maybe I'll just do 1 playthrough for the regular Mew. But anyway, yes. So as of right now, 12 different playthroughs, 10 Emerald playthroughs in full, and 2 half playthroughs of Ruby Sapphire. Super fun. Super fun this step is. Once again, I do think I'm pretty inconsistent with the seed right now for whatever reason, and that's definitely drawing this out a bit. Sheesh. I wonder if, one seed late. Oh no, that doesn't show that. I will get an egg eventually. One day. One day it will happen. It's official. The last Rhyhorn He's not going to play nice. She's going to put up a fight. She knows. She's highly aware. Okay. If I don't get an egg in the next couple tries, I may have to resort to some desperate measures. Measures. Hopefully not, but we'll see. One more try, and then I'm gonna do some investigating here. What I really need is to have my seed locked down, so I need to get a good feel for what is on seed and what is not. So if I don't get an egg here, I will just run to the game corner and do a seed check. All right. Yeah, I need to get some kind of feedback here, so let's see. That's in 16 seconds early. Let's see what this is. It looks like I was on seed. I was on seed there. Right, because if I make this a little earlier... I mean, I don't know exactly what the range was, but if I go back to down to 2,000... Yeah, no, this is it. Yeah, I was on seed. So apparently I can hit my seed, but I can't hit my frame. What is it? Hold on. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Pretend passing. I could see why you'd have a negative association with the eggs after a while. Well, while you're trying to avoid eggs, I would give anything to see an egg right now. Dear Lord, please. Frank. Frank, it is a trying time. Frank. I need you to hook me up. We are not the same. That is true. We have very different relationships with eggs. Very, very different. This has got to be the longest stretch, though, in all of my egg RNG attempts where I've been stuck here with no eggs. It's gotta be. And I guess it's only fitting for the final egg RNG that I have to do in these games to really draw itself out in very annoying ways. Ah! Give it to me. I'm so close. Just give it to me, please. You dare not speculate on Mewtwo? Yeah, don't. Don't say anything about Mewtwo. The RNG itself is going to be fine, but catching it, you don't want to speculate on that. We push too far, and Kanto pushes back. Mewtwo certainly isn't real yet. Mewtwo isn't real in Eggland, where we are currently stuck. I'm afraid calling it a stupid egg will make it even more shy. Need to be careful. Oh boy. Hello. Nitherine, you may have just made the egg appear with that emoji. And if so, I salute you. If I was 2 seeds late again, or early again, then this will still be a dud. But come on, this isn't going to be 2 seeds early again. What a ridiculous notion. Where the hell is Brave? Oh, it's up there. No. What? 1 seed late? What is... What frame is this? Oh my god. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna look at the thing here, see where I probably landed. 1517 is the closest late. The closest early is... How many? There's nothing. Nothing anywhere near that early. 1509 is the earliest. After going for 1514. I did not hit 1509. So I hit what? 1517? That's 3 late. Well, I guess it's not on seed, so it's a little different, but still, that's dumb. Is there a shiny on this? I don't think there is. No, that's not a shiny. Okay. Damn it. This Rhyhorn, man. Jeez. So what, I was 3 frames late, but that was not on seed, so it's a little bit different depending on what seed you're on. I know when I was early, when I was 2 seeds early, I hit 1 frame early. So, I don't know, dude. There's not much I can do. Not much I can really change. Other than maybe I can hit... My input's gonna be a little bit on the earlier side, maybe? But yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, I haven't put them in yet. Rhyhorn number 4 is giving us a run for our money, that's for damn sure. Yeah, what's crazy is I've set this up in such a way that you're not very likely to get false positives, and I've gotten 2 already. You're definitely not going to get a false positive on seed. That's the way I've set it up. But if I'm not on seed, then yeah, anything goes, really. All right. Let's jump right back in. Well, thank you, Pretend. I'll see what happens. I suppose it's it all averages out in the end. Because I got the first 2 Rhyhorn exceptionally quickly. Third one took longer, but was still within the range of what's typically normal. And now this perpetual egg zone. Imagine if this was Chansey. Yes. Thank God we did not save Chansey for the end. Woo! They do work in mysterious ways, except no, they're not mysterious. They punish you. They punish you if you have been experiencing a little bit too much good fortune. They strike you down. So they're not mysterious at all. This is how they operate every time. If Chansey had 2 forms, yeah, that would be awful. Chansey being the only one with 40 cycles for the egg that we had to hatch. Having multiple of those would have sucked, for sure. Yes, the gods, they love their comedy. Okay, I'm gonna check what seed I'm currently on. Wait, no, I'm not. Screw that. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to be in this rut and to have hit. I'm pretty sure I've hit every possible egg within this range that I could, other than the egg I want. All the possible seeds that are in this little range, all the possible egg frames, I've hit them. I've hit them all. Except the one I want. Awkward. Your comment made me think of The Greatest Showman for some reason. God damn. The number of eggs will never be enough. Never be enough. Okay. I need to calm down. I was excited to plow through this last one, and getting this roadblocked has me heated a little bit. I'm also getting physically hot right now. It's getting a little warm up here. Okay. Let's just check what seed I'm on. Let's just do it. Give me something to do while I'm stuck in the void. That was one seed early. Okay. It's good to know, I suppose. Yeah, I think I'm going to check my seed every time from now on, because I really need to get a feel for earlier or late button presses. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so I don't think I was one late. I suppose I could have been too early again. But I don't think so. So please, please, please. Please, 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 please. Let this be it. Please? I've done my time. Really. Yes! Yes! I've never been so excited to get that first half, but finally, thank God, we have the first half. Okay, so with that finally done, the next half is this frame here, and I will use the same calibration I used previously because that did work. And let's get this on the road. Let's get this thing over with. Okay, I'm calming down now. We got a little bit of a wait here, but nothing major, so good opportunity to stretch it out, relax a little bit, take a load off. So 54, it's probably going to be 5,500, somewhere in there. Okay, we have a candidate right off the bat. It could all be over right here, right now. This could be the final egg in my possession. It very well could be. Or I could be one frame off, which is probably what it is. If I want to be pessimistic about it. Just a couple more minutes, and we'll see if it's all over from here. Boy, would that be nice. Oh, I'm going to be so happy about Hoenn for so many reasons. Again, I'm pretty sure there's not a lot that I have to breed for anyway. When I originally thought I could breed the Kanto eggs in Ruby Sapphire and then trade the eggs to maintain the region status, those were going to be most of the egg RNGs I needed to do. But now that I've done them in Fire Red Leaf Green, there's not very many at all. And yeah, so in general, Hoenn's going to be breath of fresh air. It's going to be really nice. Even if I do have to play through Emerald 10 separate times, still it's going to be nice. Yes, just about anything is better than Fire Red Leaf Green Egg RNG. Just about. At least for the foreseeable future. I don't think we're going to encounter anything this difficult in the next 5 generations. Or the next 5 games. Gen 6 is when the next, like, actual really difficult RNGs are going to come into play. And there's going to be a lot more of them than just the eggs, unfortunately. All of it's going to be a rough patch. Okay. Is it over? Is it over? Ah, damn it. Damn it. Thought it might be over. Okay, well, we're probably off by a frame or two, but just by looking very quickly at, just based on nature and gender, I think I could probably figure out what this is. Quirky, female, non-shiny, 1514. Target was 2486. And I hit, there's an option for 2487. So, yeah. I was one frame late, I think. And I think I will calibrate that because I just will. It's the last one, I don't care. All right. Let's go again. One frame late. You'll be there every minute? Well, I appreciate that commitment, Utah. When we get to Gen 6 in... What is it? How long is it going to take? Like, maybe a year? Maybe less. Because every game after Fire Red Leaf Green is not too bad, RNG-wise. Right, yeah. Even with the custom firmware tools, it's still tricky. Well, good luck finding your Black White 2 copy in general, because if you have to rebuy that, prepare to spend a hefty premium. I guess that's fair. Yeah, Kanto has a ton, especially with all the different forms. And Unova, while it might have a bigger dex, that RNG system is perfectly chill. So we're fine with that. Was I on again? Jolly, synchronize. What's this supposed to be? Yeah, 5,500. Yeah, this is another one. Back-to-back seed hits. Would you look at that? You know, in all the times of going through that little patch of grass, I don't think I've gotten a single encounter. Which is really, really quite interesting, I think. Unova's going to take like 2 weeks. It would if I didn't have to play through it so many times, because I have to get four genies per genie. I have to get 2 genies, one for the Therian, one for the incarnate forms, and then the shiny versions of each 2. So I actually need to play through I need to play through black and white 4 times. 4 times each. Or 4 times collectively, I think. Yeah. No? Yeah, 4 times each. I don't know. Anyway, it's yeah. There's going to be a lot to do with the legendaries, unfortunately. Uh-oh. Can't be slacking. Awkward RNG is not only possible on emulator, but sometimes, depending on how you emulate a game, it will change how the RNG works, and you just need to account for that. Yeah, so you're going to get to see Gen 5 quite a few times. Gen 4, there's going to be a decent number of playthroughs just for Shaman, because you can only get Shaman once per file. I need Shaman, the regular one, the little hedgehog, and the sky form. And I need 2 regular, 2 shiny. So that's 4 playthroughs at least, which is fine, since if I'm already playing, like, Platinum and Pearl, if I just, like, repeat... Actually, no, I have to get it in Platinum, don't I? So I have to play through Platinum 4 times. Decisions. I don't know. I haven't fully mapped all that stuff out yet. I just know that due to certain legendaries with different forms, that's going to lead to many repeat playthroughs. But nothing as bad as the 8 playthroughs for Deoxys in Emerald. That's at least that's not matched anywhere else. Thank God. Yeah, I have nostalgia for Diamond and Pearl. Platinum is a just straight up upgrade. It's just better in almost every way, unfortunately, so you have to give it that. And Gen 5, I didn't play it. I wasn't a big Gen 5 person at the time that it came out, but I've really discovered how great they are. Those games, Black and White 1 are. And I've never actually played through Black and White 2 all the way. So perhaps I need to include one of those copies in this challenge. The events are coded in the game, awkward, but were they officially released for those games is the question. Because if they weren't officially released, then there's some legality concerns there. Not just for transferring, but also just, like, following the rules of the challenge, you know? For Emerald, I have to beat the Elite Four. Yeah, so I have to get to the post-game each time to get the mystery gift active. Yeah, Caddy, you're going to get plenty of Emerald. You want Emerald, you're going to get Emerald. And yeah, Vivion's gonna be... That's gonna be something. Yeah, Heart Gold, Soul Silver was... that hit me where I live. When that came out, I was feeling it. That was a good vibe. And I'm excited to return. Once we complete Hoenn, we're going to go straight to Gen 4, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think it's going to be a good time. Of all the games that I would like to replay or play through multiple times, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the ones I don't need to replay, because you can get both legendaries in each version, and you just need the regular and shiny forms. So I don't actually need to replay any of those games. Even though it would be the worst thing. That's right, Awkward. Poke-Transporter might flag it. And even if it doesn't, you know, I would still prefer to get it from the official source, you know. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I want to kind of follow the general rules, the general guidelines. That's why I'm playing Emerald 8 times. I could use Ace to reset the encounter and get still multiple Deoxys, but I'm going to do it the long way because that's more in the spirit of what's going on here. It's a shame that I lost my Pokewalker. That thing's been long gone for many, many years. But I had fun with it. Yeah, there are definitely certain exceptions. It can get through transporters sometimes. I know Darkrai is that way from Diamond. So if you do Darkrai in Pearl, I believe that's when it doesn't allow you to transfer it. But if you do it in Diamond, for whatever reason, it works. So there's exceptions, of course, but you know, again, I kind of want to go through official channels as best I can. The hype of sharing speculation. I mean, people are always going to speculate. There's always going to be a time before much of a game is released where people are going to be theory crafting. I don't think that's ever going to go away. Yeah, Caddy, that's a good point. The vibe was very different when the Japanese versions came out like months ahead of English. So you'd hear things through the grapevine across a language barrier. Well, yeah, there's a lot of cynical discourse. You have the grifters out there who they just want to farm outrage. They're going to have all these hyperbolic takes without really any basis. Not to say that there aren't things to be upset about with Nintendo and game releases and all that, but I think there's a particular economy for the outrage, of course. All right, come on. Come on. Oh, dude. Really? I felt good about that one. That's a shame. Well, what are you? You're relaxed? All right, hold on, hold on. Hold, please. Don't tell me I was late or something. $24.86. No, it looks like I was early. Fucking hell, dude. I was freaking early. I shouldn't have calibrated, should I? Ah, that sucks. If I hadn't calibrated, I would have had it. Should have stuck to my guns. Alright. Whatever. Yeah, this last one is sneaky. Sneaky as hell. You were big into Budokai, pretend passing. Yeah, I never got into the Dragon Ball games. Wasn't really much of a Dragon Ball fan in general. Watched some of the show on TV, though. Yeah, we all know Game Freak has issues, and there's always things to critique. Also, there's things to enjoy with the games. It's up to you whether you think it all balances out or if it comes out a little bit more positive in the end. Yes, the horrors of the social media age. Yeah, hey, there's no shame in showing up late to the party for the anime. I'm not really even like a big anime person anyway. I just watched... It was on when I was younger. Certain animes and such. Dragon Ball, Naruto. Bo 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 bo. Anyone catch that one? Another egg. I've been hitting my seed. I've been hitting my seed really consistently, but can I hit the damn target is the question. Yeah, the stupidity. Good times. Oh, they didn't include the shorts. So are those like VHS exclusives now? If you want to watch those. Oh yeah, of course. Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! All big animes I watched as well. Trying to think of any others. I don't think there were many. Definitely none that I watched consistently. The older you get, the more you hate Victory Road. Why is that? Is it just the grind at the end that you're not a fan of? Yu-Gi-Oh's only ironically peak. Yeah, I don't know. I've got my nostalgia goggles on for that, so... Oh yeah, I was way into the Burger King toys and the McDonald's toys when I was younger, trying to collect all those. Actually, you know what? Does anyone remember the toy release in Burger King meals for Yu-Gi-Oh, where it was like the figures on wheels inside of plastic pyramids that were made of like puzzle pieces? Anyone remember those? Because I went ham on collecting those. I got like almost all of them, and I think they're in a box somewhere in my parents' house. But I had almost a complete collection of all of those, and it was so cool. For both the pyramid puzzle piece thing and also the little figures, like trying to get them all. It was quite the grind. Welcome, Gucci. It's good to see you. I'm almost done with Fire Red, almost done with Kanto, yes. I have one more egg, which could be in my possession right now, the shiny egg. I have that as the last one for breeding, and then Mewtwo is the finale, and then we'll be done with Kanto forever. Forever and ever. Except for the Alolan forms later. And such. Oh, the HM Gauntlet, I understand, awkward. Yeah. It basically forces you to use all the HMs in Victory Road. I had a spiral, or not a spiral, but I had like this hyperfixation, you could say, about digitizing VHS tapes like about a year ago. And so I have some knowledge on how I would do that. And I have plenty of VHS tapes from growing up that it might be worth digitizing. Maybe I would preserve things like, you know, the shorts at the Pokemon movies or whatever. It might be worth it. I mean, Caddy, your parents weren't wrong. The food isn't great, but I was very about getting all those toys, so we ate there a lot. The entire crew is here? Yeah, it looks like it. My, missing maybe a handful, but we got most everybody here. And you're just in time to see me hatch the final shiny egg, right? Because that's what's in this egg, is a shiny. Not something one frame late again. Right? Surely not. Yes, you all are my heroes. Thank you for being here. I wouldn't imagine the Joey merch is very plentiful. Are there a lot of Joey fans out there? Now that's straight out of an anime, Gucci. Speaking of anime. Yes, you have the power, Caddy. You are more powerful than even Mewtwo. Although this Mewtwo that I'm going for, it is a modest 31 IV special attack Mewtwo, so it is a powerful guy. So don't underestimate it. Yeah, what this is reminding me of is we all need to band together and we need to find a way to preserve this media. The shorts, all the little snippets. Digitize your VHS tapes. Get it out there. Don't let it get lost. We all love a guy who fails. A guy who fails is definitely enduring, or endearing. Hooray, the eggs are done. Not so fast. I don't know what's in this egg. Don't say that. I've been off by one frame twice. And honestly, it could happen again, because it's just been like going back and forth. That's true, yeah, you get invested in Joey because you don't know. It's not a foregone conclusion if he's going to actually win. Yeah, if a shiny Rayquaza popped out of this egg, I would definitely be surprised. And everyone would suspect me of cheating, of course. Or maybe I used Ace when you weren't looking. Although I don't know how I would have done that because I've been live for the past 3 hours, so... Would have been quite the sly trick. If I were able to pull that off. Okay, Halier. Yeah, just keep rehearsing. Or if you are from the future, thank you for giving me that confirmation there. Yeah, I saw that, the VHS versions of Summoning Salt's videos. I thought that was a cool idea. Very impractical, you know, like most people don't even have a VHS player, but I can get down with it. I mean, it would be just as easy to have a video playing from a computer and use a converter to get it on a CRT or something, if that's the vibe you want. But I suppose playing it from an actual VHS itself also impacts the video quality, the experience. For my sister, yeah. You gotta believe in the heart of the cards. That's not a very good accent. What is he? Is he canonically from like Boston or something? Is that where his accent comes from? Yeah, they have aura. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. Damn it. Are you quirky? Are you quirky? Get the... It's one late. Damn it. Oh, and I've been on seed every time, too. Like, God. God. It's really... this last one is really drawing itself out. Really. I don't think I've had this many attempts on one egg just because of being off frame. Like, I don't think this has ever happened with any of the eggs before this. Oh, okay, okay. Calm down. Calm down. Yeah, somebody's laughing at me. Okay, if I was on seed there, I'm gonna say this is it. Yeah, I have a vague memory of some of these monsters. Not very strong, though. And I was on seed again. I have been on seed 4 times in a row for each of these attempts. But I have not been picking up the egg on time. My God. Also, still never got an encounter in that grass. Don't know what the chances of that are, but that's kind of wild. Wait a minute, what? What is going on? Joey betting on Kalshi, what the hell? Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell's going on? Gucci's just throwing out some nonsense. I'm gonna give my my definitive stance on prediction markets. Fuck them. Fuck prediction markets. They suck. Just had to say that. Yeah, all that follows. Thank goodness he was around a time before crypto and all that. This could end my career. This controversial take. And I was this close to success, but I had to fall at the finish line. Yeah, there's no stopping Gucci. He or they keep ripping. They keep riffing nonstop. God, please let this be the leg. Please, 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 please. Please, please, please. Yeah, red eyes and blue eyes have so much aura. It's insane. Those are fighting words, Caddy. I see them more as on equal footing. Blue eyes especially, I think, is maybe a little bit more iconic, I would say. But red eyes may have a more of a cool factor. So I think it evens out for me, but to each their own. Oh yeah, well, I was always freaking out over the Egyptian god cards when I was younger. They were so hype. Like Obelisk the Tormentor, like that dude is just like. Have you seen that guy? That's god status right there. Yeah, I've lost my Egyptian god cards I had when I was younger. I've lost almost all my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. There's probably still some of it laying around in storage. Fist of Fury, yeah. Yeah, Slifer's solid, of course. I was really into Slifer and Obelisk. Winged Dragon of Ra, I was kind of like, what's going on with this guy? He's just like all gold and yellow and Sphinx looking or whatever. That one I wasn't like super into, but Obelisk and Slifer, hell yes. And Exodia's sick, of course. I never saw anyone with a complete Exodia. Or I don't think I did. Yeah, isn't the Exodia strategy like in the game? Isn't that like actually not very viable? But when you do pull it off, it's like an instant win. Okay, Gucci, you were on the hunt for those specific Egyptian god cards. I got you. Okay. Sounds good so far. Setting up a trade. Oh no. Gucci. You traded a leaf green cartridge for them? Oh no, he didn't even give them to you that day? We all see where this is going. Yeah, I've certainly been swindled on the playground before. Oh, hello. He like printed them himself. That's funny. Damn. Dude, dude. Okay, you cannot be doing this to me. Why? Quirky again? What? That's one frame late again. What is going on, dude? I swear. Well, Gucci, at least you got your cartridge back. That's nice. But that's so funny. He gave you hand-printed posters. Yeah, W, Dad. Ah! Okay. All right, y'all. I'm not playing around with this. I'm not playing around. Okay. Okay, let's really dial in here. Your dad made you sell all your Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. Why? Oh my god, is this the same one that I hit earlier? Dude, you... wait. Yeah, you guys, I just hit the same frickin'... I hit the same Abra that I hit last time. On seed, on frame. That is insane, actually. That is nuts. And if I can do that, can I get a frickin'... Can I get a frickin' shiny egg, please? Like, what the hell, dude? Oh, yeah. It's a tough time to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon fan at that age. Jeez. So, I don't know what's more insane. The fact that I've been on seed like 5 times in a row, or that I was on seed 5 times in a row, and the past 2 runs I got the same exact Abra. The same exact calibration Abra. Or, what's even more insane, I've not gotten the shiny in 5 separate times on seed. The first time I was late, I calibrated by 1. Then I was early. Then I changed the calibration back. Then I was late. Then I was late. Can I be on seed, please? Because I don't think there's anything else I can do. I don't have many other options. Yeah, this Rhyhorn has a special... I mean, I still don't feel the way I do about the Smoochum as I do about this Rhyhorn, but... Yeah, Kanto is holding out. Oh, that's a shame, Awkward. That's a big loss. Yeah. It's fine. We'll get there eventually. I've only tried like 5 times. Within 1 frame. On seed every time. Calibrating doesn't work. Well, at least you got a PS3 out of it. Yeah, I'm not that upset where I would just rage quit the entire thing. Not when we're this close. No, I wouldn't drop it at that point. Most of my time with Call of Duty was with the zombies, trying to get high streaks. That's what all my friends would brag about, is how far did you get in zombies? How many rounds you make it? That was always the flex. Go for broke. I'm already broke. Halier, I'm already broke. Are you sure you want to make that commitment, Gucci? You sure about that? I guess statistically, we're leaning more towards this being the one, but I would have said that the last 2 times anyway, so... We have to protect Gucci, yeah. Hey, what's done is done. I can't control anything right now. The egg is what the egg is. We're just figuring out what's in there. No wonder you were swindled out of leaf green. Oh, God. It's out of my hands. What's done is done. I guess you're just gonna have to pay attention. Well, thanks, Gucci. Seems like at this moment you are the only one that believes in me, because I certainly don't believe in myself. Because I've gotten 5 regular Rhyhorns on seed 5 times in a row, all 1 frame off. That is what has happened to me. And that damages a man's psyche, I will tell you. Well, yeah, I mean, the final attempt, by definition, is the last time. I guess I could just give up. Joey's betting everything on this. Oh, and you rebuilt that collection after COVID? It must have been at least 4 times the amount. It had to have been. Yeah, no, I got you. I mean, what are we all doing here anyway except gambling on some different colored pixels, right? We all have a little bit of that itch in us, that gambling itch. Go play gacha games. Yeah, a little bit less of an initial investment if you're just playing those. Gucci, that sounds like a slippery slope. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure the stakes are not that high, but yeah, there's always gambling alternatives that do not involve investing much money, such as this. Would always recommend those over using actual money. You know what, Hal, you're right. Thank you for reminding me that at the end of the day, we're doing this for the Abras. That's what we're here for. We're doing this for the Abra that I got twice in a row. So this Abra especially, you know, it wants to be by my side, and the only way that I get to keep it is if this egg is shiny. So thank you for rooting me, for grounding me back in the spirit of this challenge. Yeah. Just do a shiny hunt. That high is equally equivalent, if not more, to winning it big in gambling. Not that I've ever actually won it big, so I don't actually know that from personal experience, but it stands to reason. Okay. For Gucci's sake. Yeah! Oh my god. That was stupid. You're welcome, Gucci. You're very welcome. Okay. That was tense for a minute, not gonna lie. Alright, yeah. Congratulations, Gucci. Moral of the story is you just need to gamble and wager even more, and then you will be successful. The arc is real. Okay, I don't even think I've saved yet, so I'm going to do that just in case something crazy happens. I'm going to add to the counter. 353. Oh, excuse me, God. 353 out of 354. Eggs are done. No more eggs. Not forever, but just for a while. This guy. This one right here. That's all we have left in Kanto. And because it took me 4 hours to get all 3 of the eggs, I don't think we have time to get to Mewtwo today, unfortunately. But better to save it for a grand finale stream, don't you think? But hold on, can we just take a minute, though? Look at these full boxes. And, of course, just for a moment, I'm going to put Charizard here. Look at that. All these full boxes of shinies, every single one, all except this guy right here. So we're nearly there. And I'm excited to be done with eggs, for sure. I don't think Mewtwo's going to give me... The RNG is not going to give me much trouble, but the actual capture, it's going to be something. So, first things first. Thank you, Abra. You were really there for me when I needed you most. You are not very useful at all anymore, so you can go there. I'm going to need my Magneton with leftovers. You're part of the strat to get Mewtwo. And I'm going to need some high-level Mons in the wings for support. Do I have anything else that would be useful, maybe, as, like, some fodder? Would any of the birds be helpful? I think nothing else is super high level, is it? Let's see what these movesets are. Mist, Mind Reader, Thunder Wave. Oh, there's a... Well, Detect is... I mean... I don't care. Endure is a niche tech, but I'm just gonna... I'll put Zapdos in there because it can para if I am in a pinch. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna catch Mewtwo today, but I will set everything up. Or set most things up. I do need a very high surplus of Pokeballs. I only have 2 Pokeballs, so that will certainly not do. And I don't know how much money I have, but I'm going to have to see. I have a decent amount of money, and I can't buy Pokeballs here, so... 1 second. Can you take a regular Krabby for me? Well, what's funny is I don't even have a regular Krabby on this file. Only the shiny one. But I'll consider it. I don't know if I need Venusaur there. So that might be... worth doing. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, I think that's enough Pokeballs. You take Aerodactyl. Okay, hold on, people. I can't be using up all my party slots. I sure could catch one. Yes, you're correct. Okay, so I think 300 balls is fine. That's going to be plenty for a single encounter. Even if the Mewtwo knocks itself out, that's still going to be fine. I'll definitely won't be able to use more than 300. This is peer pressure? This is certainly peer pressure, yes. Alright, hold on. I need to keep up with your all's demands. Krabby, Aerodactyl. Any other requests? I guess I can fit one more. Certainly not going to be optimal for the strat, but... yeah, Venusaur is not going to be super helpful because of its psychic weakness. And Blastoise is probably going to be better, more reliable than Zapdos. Alright, Arrow is joining us. And Shiny Krabby is joining us. I'm not catching another Krabby, are you insane? But Shiny Krabby for you, Gucci. Yeah, I do probably want to get some healing items, or more than I already have. Let me see what I have so far. I want to scroll down, please. Can I please scroll down? Okay. Repels are fine. I've got some max potions. Some full heals are not necessary. Full restores 3. So I have 3 heals. I have 3 max potions, 3 full restores. Will I need more than that? Then I got 1 max revive. Do I have any regular revives? That's probably going to be more important to have. Yeah, I guess I just need more revives, and that'll be fine. Oh, you don't sell revives? Well, then what are you good for? I'll just go to the Elite Four. Yeah, if I end up failing Mewtwo purely because I took too many underleveled Pokemon, I mean, it's on you, but it's on me. It's on me, really. Like 6 revives is plenty, probably, right? Oh, you know what? I do need HM users, don't I? I need Rock Smash. Oh, you have Strength. Strength, Waterfall, Surf. I guess I could teach... Can you learn Rock Smash? Because then I could use just Blastoise. Blastoise is my HM slave. I can teach it everything I need. Krabby is key. Well, we'll see, won't we? Yeah. I'm intentionally not using Krabby when it's useful. Really? Arrow can learn Rock Smash even though it's a fighting type move? I mean, I guess that makes sense. All right, I'm going to get everything set up, and we're not actually going to do it today, but we're going to get to the spot. H-employee, ah yes. I should be using that term instead. So this one down here. Untouched Krabby's key, yes. There you go. Now you're getting the vision. Oh, damn it. I fall for this every time, I think. Okay. We have finally gotten here. Yes, thank you all for the shame. I do want to check something very quickly, which is if I were to, let's say, dump my rare candies into Magneton, how well is it going to fare? Am I doing this tomorrow? I'm not sure when I'm going to do it. It will be soon. Oh, I learned Zap Cannon. But I don't need it. Alright. Let me just see how this guy holds up for a moment. Trying to get a sense of damage calcs and whatnot. Okay, so it still does over half. So I don't think the rare candies are even worth it, probably. Okay, that's good to know, actually. Alright. Alright, y'all. That's it for me today. So here's the thing. I know you all want to see Mewtwo and to get this thing done and over with. So, I will say that the final stream for this will likely be tomorrow. And it'll be in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. So look out for that. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to finally do this. We're going to get Mewtwo. We're going to throw a million billion balls at it. And maybe one of those million billion balls will actually catch the Mewtwo. That's my hope. So anyway, I appreciate all of you. Thank you for your encouragement during the tough times and for your senses of humor. Been very helpful. So anyway, peace out, everybody. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.